Soft rain on the window, coffee going cold, charts glow on the table, lines of green and gold. I was trading in the dark, love ticker after name, till I found a little lighthouse in a wild game. I used to chase every headline, every rumor, every spark, staring at the candles till my faith turned dark. Every wind felt like an accident, every loss felt like a lie, heart in every position, fear in every bite. Now I can't live without my top-tiered and team. They turned my panic into a quiet dream, showed me how to slow this heart down, how to read that rise and fall. I can't live without my top-tiered and team. They put wisdom in my cause, they put courage in my cause. She said, baby, mark your levels, plan the trade before you leave. I learned to place a stop loss so I could finally sleep. We talked about my wrist like we were talking about my past. All the times I held too tightly, all the times I moved too fast. I can't live without my top trading team. They took my shaking hands and made a steady stream. Now I wait for my own setup. I don't beg, I don't chase. I can't live without my top trading team. They put patience in my days, they put power in my days. Evening bell is ringing, but my lesson's just begun. I'm journaling my story, every loss and every run. They tell me trade your plan, don't you plan on getting saved. Now my confidence is quiet, but it's deeper than the waves. I can't live without my top trading team. They pulled me from the noise to a softer stream, showed me how to size my heart right when I'm stepping in the fire. I can't live without my top trading team. They gave shape to my desire, they gave shape to my desire. I gave so much to chance, gave so much to pride. I was married to the market, but it never took my side. Now I'm dancing with the data, but I'm leading with my mind. Got a family in my corner that won't leave me behind. So I can't live without little scream to a bigger dream. From the open to the closing sound, I know just where I stand. I can't live without my top-tiered team. Since I finally learned to swim, since I finally learned to swim, she walked me through the numbers like a story, page by page, every profit, every drawdown, just another stage. Said your edge is in the waiting, not in chasing every move. When your rules are written honest, you got nothing left to prove. And I can't live without my top-seeding team. They turn my scattered thoughts to a simple scheme. Now my winners come from patience, not from hoping on a whim. I can't live without my top-seeding team. They put steel in every limb. They put steel in every limb. I remember those early mornings, red numbers in my face. Couldn't. She walked me head. Soft rain on the window, coffee going cold, charts glow on the table, lines of green and gold. I was trading in the dark, love ticker after name, till I found a little lighthouse in a wild, wild game. I used to chase every headline, every rumor, every spark, staring at the candles till my faith turned dark. Every win felt like an accident, every loss felt like a lie. Heart in every position, fear in every bite. Now I can't live without my top-tiered team. They turn my panic into a quiet dream, showed me how to slow this heart down, how to read that rise and fall. I can't live without my top-tiered team. They put wisdom in my cause, they put courage in my cause. She said, baby, mark your levels, plan the trade before you leave. I learned to place a stop loss so I could finally sleep. We talked about Morris like we were talking about my past. All the times I held too tightly, all the times I moved too fast. I can't live without my top trading team. They took my shaking hands and made a steady stream. Now I wait for my own setup. I don't beg, I don't chase. I can't live without my top trading team. They put patience in my days. They put power in my days. Evening bell is ringing, but my lesson's just begun. I'm journaling my story, every loss and every run. They tell me trade your plan. Don't you plan on getting saved? Now my confidence is quiet, but it's deeper than the waves. I can't live without my type trading team. They pulled me from the noise to a softer stream, showed me how to size my heart right when I'm stepping in the fire. I can't live without my top trading team. They gave shape to my desire. They gave shape to my desire.
Top tier trading team, we're up at the bell. Coffee in a paper cup, chasing that swell. Screens glow green like a Friday dream. We ride that chart like a rodeo scene. Limit set tight, got a plan on the pad. Gap up open, yeah, the pullback's rad. We don't chase candles, we just track that flow. Risk real small, let the winners grow. Top trading team, raise your hand. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top trading team, hear that shout. Cut that loss, flip fear to clout. One good trade, that's what we're about. Top trading team, we break out. Calling the calls when the trend runs right. Put on the puts when it tanks all night. Delta in my denim, chops in my boots. Reggae in my veins and the blues in my roots. Red day, same old song. We dance that draw down, we don't stay long. Yeah, we tip our hat. Next clean setup, we load up on that. Hey, top trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top trading team, feel that fire. Break those chains of a dead and higher. Chart that path, climb tick by tick higher. Top tier trading team, never tire. Early bells and midnight scans, we turn those slips into stronger hands. Every loss a lesson, every chart a map. We fall, we rise, we tighten that strap. Oh yeah. Eyes on the candle, heart on the plan. We hit that ladder like a marching band. Top trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top trading team, ring that bell from the back row. here trading team. We're up at the bell. Coffee in a paper cup, chasing that swell. Screens glow green like a Friday dream. We ride that chart like a rodeo scene. Limit set tight, got a plan on the pad. Gap up open, yeah, the pullback's rad. We don't chase candles, we just track that flow. Risk real small, let the winners grow. Tie trading team, raise your hand. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that.
All right, guys. Good morning. Hope you had a great evening. Hope you're well rested today. We've got some action looking in the market here. We got a lot of pre-market action. Market is down here this morning. Not quite. They're about just a hair over 1/3%. So we do have a small pullback here in the market to be expected, guys. We've had a lot of rather unexpectedly, a little bit of a move up here in the last couple of days since last week. So not surprised to see a pullback here in the overall markets, which should, of course, kind of help some of the shorts that we're in and or looking at. And so we'll kind of see what's going on there. Let's go ahead and start our pre-market prep here this morning so we could get to it. And let me see what we've got here for AI. So AI, of course, did a great job yesterday holding this 1020 level. As you can see, we entered down here at the early part of the day. We got that confirmation of support. And then we just had a nice move on up here. Not quite to 1085, but very close and not right to our profit target, but just a hair under. So we're going to see, do we get that continuation today? If this 1055, 1050 holds, we could certainly likely see that here by the end of the day. Amazon also did a great job recovering from that drop down from 196 or 197. And you can see we made about a 10-point recovery up to 206 yesterday. And you see we have a nice pullback, just like we had stated, to test that 204. If we get a hold of this level, actually, really, you could even kind of go down here a little bit, really almost to this top end of 203, 202, 203. And then we can see that continuation to try to retouch yesterday's high there up at that 205 area. And then we could see ourselves possibly up to this 209 that we're looking for last week. All right, so that's Amazon. Ford, we got into this short yesterday. We had decided this was a nice little double top here, and we took advantage of that. And you can see we're so far so good. We just want to see this 1388 continue to be resistance for us. With the market being kind of heavy here, pre-market, that should both go in our favor. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully we get a continuation move here on Ford that takes us below that 1375. And then, of course, we head on down to that 1350, which we're looking at for really our final profit target for this position. Excuse me 1 second, folks. All right, so that's Ford. So we're looking for a break of that 1375, and then we'll find ourselves down at that 1350. All right, and then Netflix never really gave us our entry. All right, have a great day, honey.
You too.
Bye-bye. Okay.
So we're looking for
up here, we wanted 80 to be our resistance, so we could take a short down to the 78 and then down here likely to the 75. We just haven't gotten up here yet. We haven't gotten to our entry zone. So we're going to remain patient here, guys, with Netflix, and we're going to let it kind of play itself out and really show us the opportunity to get in this short. So we're waiting for that level to be touched at 80, and in which case we hope for resistance, and then we'll take that short on Netflix. All right, Pfizer, what we'd like to see is a break of this 27.45. Obviously, we want a continual hold of this 27.30 on any pullbacks. We entered this position long right here after the pierce and the recapture of this level. And once we saw the trade line hold on VWAP, we took this long, and hence, apologize guys, and hence, so we're just looking for that continuation move above that, and then we'll take our profits off at 27.90. That's Pfizer. Palantir, we're still waiting for our entry. We want to get above VWAP here. You know, maybe we get a move up, and then we get to that 140, which we're looking to short Palantir down to the 135 and maybe then 130. But we're still waiting for that 140 to be touched. TLT, you can see we dropped down to that 89.50. If we get below 89.40, this setup will be done and we'll be out of this trade. So 89.40, let me go ahead and put a little mark here. And that'll be our stop out for this position. There we go. So 89.40 doesn't hold. We're no longer in this long that we were in. See, here's our entry at 89. We don't want to give up any more than 89.40. Okay, if we get below that, this trade's over and we'll be done with this. Okay, so that's what we're looking at here today, guys. Any questions on any of these trades? Any questions on trades that you're in? Obviously, if you're not a member, or if you're a member, you can contact me directly. You know how. We'll go ahead and do that, and we'll chat about whatever. If you're a non-member, join us at toptiertradingteam.com. We offer a variety of services. First and foremost, we offer one-on-one private mentorship. So it's not just a bunch of videos and nobody there to help you along. We will get on the phone with you. We will talk trades. We will talk about strategies, what trades are best for you, what stocks are best for you to trade, so on and so forth. So you're not just left high and dry with a bunch of videos. You actually have personal mentorship. Also, we have weekly. On the weekends, we have study halls where we do a weekend review covering the trades of the week prior, and then a week ahead looking at things that we are looking to get into as well in the week coming up. We also have, for those of you that are very busy at work, school, children, whatever the case may be that doesn't allow you to sit in front of charts throughout the day, we have real-time, direct to your phone swing trade alerts as well. So if you're busy, but you still want to trade and are interested in trade ideas and setups, you get that right to your phone, and then you can decide at that time if that's a trade you'd like to take or not. And then, you know, it's up to you at that point. So again, join us at toptiertradingteam.com. We're a private group, Facebook group right now. We're working on our independent platform at the moment. But right now we're a private Facebook group. So come join us. Again, toptiertradingteam.com. We look forward to seeing you guys there. All right, guys, we will be back at the bell, and we will, you know, call them like we see them. All right, team, we've got 5 minutes till the market opens. 5-minute heads up. All right, guys, 2 minutes till the market opens. Now, I realized that one thing I didn't address in the pre-market was Tesla, so I apologize for that delay. But Tesla is very simple, 410. It's just got to hold this 410. If we don't hold this 410 that we're testing basically right now, right at that 411 zone, we are just going to likely head on down to this 400. And that'll be the bottom end of that channel that we had discussed between 4 and 420, 424. All right, so that's what we're looking at for Tesla. All right, guys, 1 minute and the market opens. 1 minute. Keep your eyes peeled. And when we are open, again, I'll call it like you see it. All right, folks, the market is open. Market's open. I'll call it like I see it. All right, so 410 clearly did not hold here on Amazon. We're already down at 405.75, 405.50. So, guys, I don't think we're going to be holding that level clearly. So expect 400 to be where we likely find that support here. We might get a little bounce attempt at this 405, but I really don't think we'll see that support until we see 400. All right, AI pulling back a little bit, right around 1042 here. Looks like we're going to test our stop zone area. All right, Amazon pulling back right to that level we discussed pre-market, guys. We thought it might go to this 202.50, right? So wouldn't be surprised if, or I'm sorry, yeah, 202.50. So we'll see if it gets there. As long as we hold that as support, we still have room for that continuation move. Forward moving down to that 1375, just like we like. We want to see that break here today so that we could take our profits down at 1350 or approaching 1350, you know, somewhere around 1355. I expect some resistance or some support to start. So we'll see how close we get to that. But we really want to break this 1375. So be patient on that. Netflix not giving us the entry. We're still waiting for that $80 resistance. Ooh, and Pfizer kind of falling out of the bed here a little bit on us. So we're going to see what happens here. 27 or 30 needs to be held. Of course, a piercing, guys, we talk about all the time. It's not, you know, these are tests. They're not actual breaks yet. We're going to see what happens. Maybe patient. Palantir, no go yet. We're waiting for that 140 to be our resistance for a short entry. The TLT right down to our stop out area. So we're going to see how that goes. All right, guys, just keeping our eyes peeled. All right. All right, guys, let's do our 15-minute check-in. The market's been open for 15 minutes. And as you know, we don't like to get into anything prior to that, right? We like to wait, be patient, let the setups do their thing and kind of act accordingly. As you can see, Pfizer kind of fell out of bed here, well below our stop at 27.30. So we are out of this position here on Pfizer now. See, AI still holding that stop level, so we're still good on that long for now. Amazon pulling back to that very area we were talking about earlier, that 202.50 to be tested, and we'll see if that area holds on 202 for continual upside. Ford getting that resistance right off of 1388, which is exactly what we wanted for our short. We expected a test of this, obviously necessary, and then likely, hopefully, we get just a continuation break through this 1375, and we can take our profits down at 1350. Netflix is trying to just really hold this 78 level in an attempt to get to that 80. So again, having to be very patient with that. Pfizer would just check. All right, Palantir definitely didn't give us the short entry we were looking for. Up here at 140, but you can see big gap down, huge gap down here. First thing this morning, right off the bell. I mean, we dropped all the way from that 135 to basically 132. It's a big move down there on Palantir. Now look, if this ends up being resistance now, you could potentially take this short from 135. Watch the volume profile as we are approaching right here this morning, or last night's close, and then we'll see if this acts as resistance for a potential short down here. TLT still trying to hold that 89.40, exactly what we're needing to hold to stay in this trade as well. We had gotten in here around 89, and we'd like to see this 89.40 hold to really feel comfortable getting back up into that 90. And we're gonna wait and see on that. And there we go with that floor attempt at around 405 here. I don't think it's going to make it, to be honest. I think it's just going to try here. We'll get a little bounce to trade line probably, and then likely a fall from there. That'll take us down to that 400. And then I would watch around the 400 to see what happens. If we get the appropriate volume profile and indicators, this is a potential long to take up to the upper end of this channel as well. All right, so that's what I'm seeing for now, folks. Nothing much more to write home about. Palantir falling out of bed. I'm sorry, Pfizer falling out of bed here a little bit. So we're out of that position, and we're just going to watch everything else. All right, guys, we are not quite an hour into the day. It's 9:20 Central Time. We're going to do a quick check-in with our stocks here. AI doing a great job still holding that stop area. We're looking for 1020 to have held. Clearly it did that. We didn't even, I think we only got down to about 1034, 1035, maybe about 1030. But anyway, clearly that level is holding so far. Great job on that. So we'd like to see our move up here towards 11, in which case obviously we'd look to take profit off at that point. Amazon bouncing right off of that 202.50, and we'll see, does this recover this 204? If it does recover this 204 and a half, and you can see it's a nice little V-shaped recovery, so we'd have a good chance here. And if the markets pull around as well, we could certainly look for a little bit more upside here, and then maybe we get up into this 206 and then up to that 209 later on today here. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to check something. All right, so that's Amazon. All right, Ford finally giving us that break of 1375 that we've been looking for. We saw that 1388 was held, and then that was our, originally what we needed to remain resistance for our short to be really good. And obviously that's continuing to be the case, having gotten in at just over or just under 14.15 yesterday. So great job being patient on this setup. We know we had to wait a couple of days before we hopped in, but it's paying us off nicely now. Again, guys, congratulations on that Ford trade. Let's see. Netflix still hasn't given us the entry, so nothing going there. Pfizer just running out of bed, so we're out of this trade. Obviously, our stop is 27.30. That's what we needed to hold. We're well below that, guys, so we got out of this Pfizer. We're done with that. All right, Palantir, you can see what we've got. Nice move up here to 135. We're going to see if that holds. It's a nice little recovery here this morning. So we're going to see if this level holds as support, and then maybe there's a continuation up. But if we're looking for a short, we really want it to get up to that 140. All right, once it gets to that 140, you can see that's our short entry, in which case we could write it on down to these levels that we're at right now. TLT trying really hard to hold that floor that we were asking for, to hold that 89.40. It's done it once, so we'll see if it double bottoms there, then maybe we get that move on up after confirmation of that support. And then Tesla, like we said, coming back up to test that 410 area, which it needed to hold. Guys, I think this thing's going to come down, and we're probably going to be at 400 by the end of the day. So look for that to potentially be the case, and maybe we get a long and channel trade in this channel right here. So that's what we're looking at, folks. Keep your eyes peeled. Any questions, leave it in the chat. If you're a member, obviously you can get a hold of me directly and we can chat there. All right, folks, want to do a quick check-in. So we do have a little bit of, I think, more downside here on Pfizer. As you can see, we got down here to this 2680-ish, 2683 now. I think we're probably going to end up hitting that 2650 here before we're likely to see a real bounce attempt, maybe at 75. Maybe right here, right now, it might attempt to. But if it doesn't happen here, because you could see a retrace to try to attempt to regain VWAP. But overall, I mean, this is definitely a bearish candle formation as far as volume. So just looking very bearish here today. So if you guys obviously didn't get out of it when we were talking about getting out here at the loss of our stop, and clearly once we tested and never regained, there was no staying in this trade. Obviously, we look out below the stop. But that being said, if you guys are in this for a short, I would be careful as we're approaching that 2650, in which case I do suspect we'll start to really find that support. AI did, again, good job bouncing off of that 1020 stop area we were looking for. Now it's just trying to get above that 1050 area. If it does so, then you can look for yesterday's high around 1080, and of course this 11. But doing a nice little job despite the pullback in much of the market. Same with Amazon. Amazon seems to be doing the same thing. We pulled back into that zone that we were expecting it to do at about 202.50. Held really nicely there. Is moving on up to try to regain that 205 area. Obviously, we rejected it here once. But on this pullback, we held nicely. It's a higher low. So it looks like we probably are more likely to go retest this high a day to try to break through that 205 and get to that 206. We break that high a day, guys, with some gusto. Well, really this 206.69, 206.70. You get through that with some volume, you can see yourself up here at that 209, even by the end of today even. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. Let me check on one other thing here. All right, Ford. Look at that, man. Ford is really a little indecisive these days. I still think we're good for the short. We're likely to come up here and retest these levels, which we are doing right now. But 1383. So long as 1383, 1385, of course, at most, we don't want to see anything above this 1388. We want that to be resistance. But then I think we just have more room to go down from there. We expected this 1370, then a little 1365. We're going to get a little resistance and try in an attempt to get support. But overall, we're still, lower lows, lower highs. So that trend is in our favor, and we're putting in, upper wicks right here, as you can see. So it's having trouble holding its gains that it's achieving. Oh, sorry. Let me zoom this differently. There you go. So it's having the trouble holding these gains, as you can see. All right. So that's, again, all these bearish indications, and we are below VWAP, and like we're testing it now. So if we get a rejection of VWAP again, that will go in our favor for the short. And it's not really impressive volume on this move up. It's significant, but it's nothing to be concerned with as much. So we're going to be patient. Just let Ford do what it is doing. All right, Netflix still never giving us the entry. We're really looking for that 80 to be our entry for the short. Pfizer trying its darndest to try to base out here at this 75. Just not doing it. Not doing it yet. Palantir, again, just like Netflix, we got to be patient, waiting for that pop up to the 140 so that we can short it back down. TLT, really retesting that that 89.40. And we're going to see, does this level hold? Does it break? Depending on, obviously what it does will determine what we do in our trade. But we're keeping a close eye on that as well. Let me give us a better perspective here. There we go. Yep, topsy-turvy in both directions, guys. So no real definition here. So we're going to wait. Okay, Amazon trying again to retake that lower end of the prior channel, but the right in the middle of the channel that we're in here. This is exactly where you don't want to be for any trade on Tesla, in my opinion. Okay, guys. Again, everything is just what I see. Nothing here is financial advice. This is right in the middle of what I consider to be its channel that it trades in. This being the upper end, this 420 to 424. And then this being the lower end, obviously at 4. Well, you're right in the middle of that with no real direction in either way. Now, if this level is recovered and you see strength up and through this zone, you can consider a short, little scalp day trade potentially up to here. I mean, maybe it'll take more than that. It could be an overnight, it could be a swing trade too, but it doesn't take long to get to these levels for Tesla. But when, it's a coin toss. If you were to get in a long right here where it's at, and it goes down, well, this is all your loss, and that's significant. I mean, even just to the low of the day is significant. You've got all this, but let alone the bottom end of the channel, which is way down here. If you were to go short, thinking this is weak and whatnot, well, look at all this room to the upside. That's very easily obtainable very quickly for Tesla. I almost said Amazon, for Tesla as well. So this, in my opinion, isn't the greatest place to be buying anything. Puts, longs, it doesn't matter. I'm going to wait till it goes into one of those channels, one of the ends of the channels. And when it's there, I'm going to keep an eye on the volume profile as well as other indicators to determine strength or weakness. And for instance, if I see strength here in terms of there's support here, I see a nice double bottom, and then on the move after the second bottom to test the pivot, whatever that place is that pivot is created at, on high increasing volume and buy pressure, well, that's a perfect indication to go long, and then you can ride it up to the top end of the channel. So that's what I would be looking to do, And then on the flip side, if we were to go up to this end of the channel, this upper portion of it, but I saw resistance, more increasing in size and volume, or number of red volume candles, as well as just the price action weakening, keeping an eye on the VWAP and the trade line relationship and so forth, just everything to give me signs that we're weakening as far as buy pressure up here. Well, that would be when I would look to get a put and then just kind of ride back down to the bottom end of the channel. Because I buy in tiers, I sell in tiers, taking profit along the way at these levels, suspecting, as we have been seeing, resistance or, a little bit of activity at these levels, right? As you can see, they have significance, right? Whether it's a gap down into those levels or those levels acting as resistance or whatever, you see what I mean? So you do not want to get caught in these, I can tell you what to do. I don't want to get caught in the middle of any of that, personally speaking. So I'm going to be patient, and look, we're popping up a little bit now into that support zone or in that middle. So we're going to see if this holds. And then of course, if there's strength taking us up into this level, I would want that strength to weaken up here to take a position short. All right, so we're going to sit, be patient, wait with Tesla. TLT holding that area. I mean, again, we got a piercing, but not a break. Very close. And we're going to see what happens. The thing is, guys, it's Now it's 9:30. I guess there is time. I thought it was closer to 10 or 10:30 to be honest. Um, yeah, of course, Central Time. Uh, so we do have up to another hour for there to be sizable action here. If it were another hour from now, if it were 10:30 Central, what I consider to be death hour, so to speak, I would expect such a drop in volume that we're not likely to actually break up through the zone and get into the area that we're looking to potentially do. But otherwise, there's still a possibility for that. But otherwise, I expect just kind of a little bit of more channel trading in this with TLT as well. And that seems to be all, guys. Let me see. PLTR, Netflix. Yeah, seems to be about it. Trying really, really hard at this 2675 to hold. So we'll see, but it doesn't look very strong in my opinion. I think we have more room to the downside, to be honest, on Pfizer. I think we're going down to that, likely going down to that 2650. So just we'll keep an eye. All right, guys. Any questions, leave it in the chat. If you're not a member, if you are a member, obviously you can contact me directly. Non-members, come and join us here at toptiertradingteam.com. We do have one-on-one mentorship. We don't just have videos for you to watch and then you left kind of high and dry to absorb the information. We'll get together on the phone. We'll discuss strategies. We'll get to understand the best type of trades for you, maybe the best stocks for you to trade, just everything to make you as profitable as possible. Coupled with, we have group studies every single week. We get together, we do a week in review, covering the trades that we obviously had, what we did right, what we did wrong, what we could do better. And then we have a look ahead. We look at the trades that we're going to look at for the week upcoming. And then also on top of that, a Q&A. So if there's any questions about anything, you can get those cleared up as well. And on top of that, for those of you that are very busy during the trading day, whether it be work, school, kids, whatever the case may be, that you can't sit there and watch your screen all day, we have real-time direct to your phone trade alerts as well. So you get those swing trade alerts to your phone. You can observe them. They're in real time. So if it's something that you're interested in, you have the ability to take advantage of that if that's something you choose to do. And yeah, so come join us here at toptiertradingteam.com. We look forward to seeing you there. All right, guys, I'm going to address a little bit of hyperactivity here that we're seeing in Ford. So let me go over this real quick. Give me 1 second to get this. All right, so look, Ford got below this 1375, just like we were looking for it to do. And then, of course, you see this bounce that it had, and it's a really strong bounce right into that 1388. We're testing that level right now. We got as high as about 1393. We're pulling back to see what happens here, but guys, this thing has just been really topsy-turvy, kind of unusual trade here. So we're going to have to really be patient with this. Obviously, VWAP is crucial right now upon this test. And at that point, we'll see if VWAP holds, which at this hour at 10:30, 10:45 really, Central Time, is likely not going to be a lot of volume to carry this up. So I would expect some resistance up here, but we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But very choppy price action here on Ford, and it looked like we were really getting the confirmation move down that we wanted. I mean, we're still good on our short. You can see we shorted way from up here at 14.15, and we're still down here, well below 14 even. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on things here, and hopefully that continues to act as resistance here. Hopefully we just get this little pop, and that's an exhaustion move, and then this just kind of craters on down from here the rest of the day. So keep an eye on that, folks, guys. We're very hyperactive here this morning after really a good couple of days of inactivity. So we're going to see where that ends up. AI doing a really good job of holding this level. It really likes to hold this 1020 level. So we've touched it a couple of times. Looks like nice support. So we're just going to see if we do get that continuation gap up above this 1055, and then we start taking profits off around somewhere in front of this 11, maybe like 1080, 1085, somewhere in that zone. Oh, we already owned. All right, well, doing really nice to recover that 205 on Amazon, and looks decent for a potential continuation here for the rest of the day. Again, with the hour, guys, the volume's going to drop off significantly, so it may be after lunch. You may have to cool off, whatever, for an hour or two before it makes that move on up. But we're going to have to keep an eye on Amazon and see how the rest of the market is responding as well. Crypto's coming down a bit, so that's a little bit of topsy-turvy action going on there, as well as the SPY. The SPY itself is kind of pulling back right now. Let me see where we're at. We were up prior, pre-market, we were up a little bit, and now we're down significantly. Actually, we're down more than we were up prior to pre-market. Pre-market, we were up about 0.15%, and then right now we're down almost 0.5%. So pretty significant. That should help our Ford short here. All right, that should help us put pressure on Ford, bringing us back down towards the levels that we want for that short. But that being considered, Netflix is not likely to get up into our buy zone on a day when the market is pulling back. So we're going to see how that works. But that might be another wait and see. Pfizer looking really suited for more downside, guys. So yeah, I mean, like I said, pre-market or at the beginning of the market as well, I saw 2760 really being the first area that we're going to find any support. So we'll see where that goes from there. We'll just keep an eye on that. Let's see what else. Palantir really did not give us, well, I mean, we talked about this area being resistance, right? Watching the levels as we moved on up into here, watching the volume profile here at this time of day. Again, you can see the volume's kind of sloping off, So we're going to get a little bit of a drop off in buy pressure, and then you might see yourself down here at the low of the day and then down at 130. So watch what happens if we get a trade line VWAP cross and then a retest and a breakdown. That would be a great signal to go short. I mean, we're already looking a little bit bearish after making this move back on up. If we lose VWAP here, I absolutely can see a short down to this 130 at minimum, down to see the low of the day, which is right in front of 130 at 131. Okay, so that is Palantir. All right, TLT, see, holding that level. So we're going to see what happens here. And we're just going to wait, be patient, let the price action do what it's going to do. And that's simply it. You know, hopefully, if we do get a bigger pullback in the markets, they tend to have a bit of an inverse relationship at times, the TLT. So we'll see if that pullback in the market gives us a little move there on TLT. And then here we are still in the upper end of that middle channel here. So no real decision to be made here, guys, in my opinion, on Tesla, other than, quite honestly, if we start seeing resistance here, I could see a short down to 4. Absolutely. At minimum, a low of the day, down around 404, 405. You might be able to take a little 5, 6, 7 point move down here and take advantage of a little downside. Looks like we're getting that a little bit right now. So wait for a retest of this area, this high, maybe that 414, 413. If 413 breaks again on a retest of the trade line here, then that'd be a decent time to maybe go short as well. That's what we're looking at, guys. Yeah, there we go with Ford. I am liking that bearish engulfing. A couple more of those would be great, since we are in that short. All right, keep your eyes peeled, folks. All right, folks. It is 11 o'clock Central Time. Time to wake up a little bit. So we're going to just get a little perk to make sure we're not falling asleep here this morning.
Chasing that swell. Screens glow green like a Friday dream. We ride that chart like a rodeo scene. Living set tight, got a plan on the pad. Gap up open, yeah, the pool bag's red. We don't chase candles, we just track that flow. Risk real small, let the winners grow. Top tier trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top tier trading team, hear that shout. Cut that loss, flip fear to clout. One good trade, that's what we're about. Top tier trading team, we break out. Call on the calls when the trend runs right. Put on the puts when it tanks all night. Delta in my denim, charts in my boots. Reggae in my veins and the blues in my roots. Red day, same old song. We dance that draw down. We don't stay long. Stop gets hit, we tip our hat. Next clean setup, we load up on that. Top tier trading team, raise your hand. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top tier trading team, feel that fire. Break those chains of a dead end high. Chart that path, climb tick by tick higher. Top tier trading team, never tired. Early bells and midnight scans. We turn those slips into stronger hands. Every loss a lesson, every chart a map. We fall, we rise. We tighten that strap. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Eyes on the candle, heart on the plan. We hit the ladder like a marching band. Top tier trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top tier trading team, ring that bell. From the back row barn to the city shell. One loud shout when the profits swell. Top tier trading team, traded well. Top tier trading team, yeah, we climb that screen. From the floor to the sky, living out that dream. Oh, more, yeah. Top tier trading team, we're up at the bell. Coffee in a paper cup, chasing that swell. Screens glow green like a Friday dream. We ride that chart like a rodeo scene. Living set tight, got a plan on the pad. Gap up open, yeah, the pool bag's red. We don't chase candles, we just track that flow. Risk real small, let the winners grow. Top tier trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top tier trading team, hear that shout. Cut that loss, flip fear to clout. One good trade, that's what we're about. Top tier trading team, we break out. Call on the calls when the trend runs right. Put on the puts when it tanks all night. Delta in my denim, charts in my boots. Reggae in my veins and the blues in my roots. Red day, same old song. We dance that draw down. We don't stay long. Stop gets hit, we tip our hat. Next clean setup, we load up on that. Top tier trading team, raise your hand. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, last trap. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Eyes on the candle, heart on the plan. We hit the ladder like a marching band. Top tier trading team, raise your hands, stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand, we buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top tier trading team, ring that bell from the back row barn to the city shell. One loud shout when the profits swell. Top tier trading team traded well. Top tier trading team, yeah, we climb that screen from the floor to the sky, living out that dream. Oh, more, yeah. Top tier trading team, we're up at the bell. Hey! Coffee in a paper cup, chasing that swell. Screens glow.
All right, guys, I've got a meeting coming up here at the top of the hour at noon Central. So I'm going to go over what we're seeing as of now. And then we'll obviously come back after that time, after the meeting, and cover things as well. All right, it's like AI still trying to get above that 1050 area, but doing a nice job still having held this 1020. So not much to really comment on there. Amazon has given up that high of the day over there at 205, and we're drifting on down, probably to retest the lower day again here at 202. Depends on if this level that we're coming to holds at 203.5. So we'll see as that kind of drifts there. But generally, at this time of hour, whether the momentum is kind of continues with the lack of volume, so wouldn't be surprised to really see that area be retouched. Ford's still bouncing around in that area. Our short's still looking pretty good. We're getting lower lows. We had this little pop here, of course, but look, we gave that right back up this very quickly, and here we are having trouble even getting back near that area. So I see more resistance and more bearishness here for our short. So I think we're okay. We just got to give this time and let everything just kind of play out there for Ford as well. But we're in that and we're doing okay. Netflix never gave us the entry, so not really anything there to comment on. Pfizer coming up to retest the VWAP here. I suspect we're not going to get very much farther than this area. I'd say maybe 27. I think 27 is going to end up being resistance. We'll get a little touch above VWAP. That'll bring the trade line to test VWAP. So we'll get a piercing probably to that 27. But guys, this the drop was pretty heavy, so I think we're going to make our way back down more. I think we're more likely to head to that 2750 than we are to head on up. I'm sorry, the 2650 than we are to go up to the 2750. So that's Pfizer. Keep an eye on. Palantir. Yep. Just like we kind of said pre-market with this gap down. Excuse me, guys. With this pre-market gap down, look for this area to be resistance, which it has been. And then you can see we're just getting that move right back down. So congrats if you took this trade right here, guys, on that resistance. Perfect right there. And then we'll just look for that to continue as the lunch hour goes on here. TLT right in the middle of that zone that we wanted to hold. So hopefully soon we'll get a decision and we get a break to the upside. We can head back up to that target area. And there we go. There's our double top on Tesla. We couldn't really get above that 415. And then, we're looking to come back down to that 405. I suspect we'll find ourselves down at 400 by the end of the day. Okay. So guys, again, any questions you have on any of these trades, if you're not a member, obviously feel free to leave that in the chat. If you're not a member, please join us at toptiertradingteam.com. Right now, we're a private Facebook community. We offer one-on-one strategy sessions along with private mentorship. So you're not just left with videos to watch, to comprehend on your own and to kind of figure it out. No, we're going to get on the phone. We're going to talk about trade styles, trade types, stock types, just everything necessary to really get you on track to be a profitable trader. On top of that, we have weekly group study halls. So we'll go over trades from the week prior, do a week in review, things we did well, things we didn't do so well, what we can do better, all of that, as well as a look ahead for the week coming up, trades and setups that we're eyeing down for the week ahead. And that way we have and then a Q&A as well. So we have an interactive session there. And then on top of that, for those of you that are very busy throughout the trading day, whether it be work, school, kids, whatever keeps you from the charts, we also have direct to your phone trade alerts as well in real time. So when a mod takes a trade, you'll get that alert. Then you'll be aware of that, and if that's a trade that you can consider taking yourself. Obviously, nothing is financial advice. You trade at your own risk, but that is an option for you to consider as well. So lots and lots of things that we offer here at Top Tier Trading Team. So join us again at toptiertradingteam.com, and we look forward to helping you be a profitable trader. All right, guys, I'm back from my one-on-one, and we are at 1:11 Central Time. So I want to go over what we see here so far. So AI is still just hanging around that 1050. Hasn't really moved since we gapped up into that zone earlier this morning. So we're again just being patient, letting that trade kind of work its way out. Um, Amazon trying to really recapture that 205 area. We'll see what happens. We're trying to get above VWAP now. And if you're in that long, keep an eye on that volume profile, but that's looking pretty nice. So good luck to you if you're in that call. All right, Ford finally breaking down here like we were hoping to get below that 1375. And hopefully we revisit this lower day here and we get through that and maybe reach this 1350 by day's end. All right, so we're looking to really break this level here. We get through that 1370, we should be good. I'm liking the price action here. I'm liking that VWAP is acting as resistance. The trade line's having a lot of trouble getting above that, and our volume is increasing as we're coming down through that level. So that helps us for our short there. And then let's see. All right, Netflix again, really never giving us the entry that we're looking for up here at 80. So, but you can see the 78's acting as resistance, and guys, it looks like I don't see any reason you're not going to end up at this 75 here by even today's close. We got not quite 2 hours left, so plenty of time to actually get there, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, Pfizer trying to recapture that VWAP. Having trouble there at that 86.75. I suspect it's going to continue to give some trouble. They're really weak here this morning. The markets were a bit choppy. I'm not really seeing the volume profile that I believe is going to give us enough gusto to really get back up into these levels. So I suspect we're going to get maybe a little pop above VWAP. Maybe we get to around 26 even at most. And I suspect that will be resistance, in which case it'll just head on down. And if not today, maybe tomorrow. I'm sorry, next week on Monday. Or, guys, I don't know why I thought it was Friday. Tomorrow, probably find ourselves down here at that $26 zone here on Pfizer. All right, Palantir. Yep, just like we said pre-market, watch for that move on up after this drop here at the beginning of the day. You see we dropped all the way down here to this 131, and then with this move back up to try to recapture this level having failed right here at 135. You can see it would have been a great little short to take there once you saw that weakness, and you could have been taking profits off obviously at VWAP, and then at this zone here, then of course down at low of the day, and potentially here at this 130 as well. All right, so great job on Palantir, guys, if you took that off the high there. All right, woo. Well, we certainly got back to our levels here on TLT. So we said pre-market, that's what we're looking to have hold, right? We put that line dead in, and look, they held it. Got a little piercing to start the day, a second piercing, but a hold. I mean, that's a clear double bottom. And then you saw the last little attempt here was above this little area, which is perfect for us. And look at that volume profile. Exactly what we wanted, guys. So beautiful, beautiful job. All right, congratulations if you're in there with us too. So great job. All right, seems to be about it, guys. Any questions you have, of course, please leave those in the chat.
Soft rain on the window, coffee going cold, child's glow on the table, lines of green and gold. I was trading in the dark, love, ticker after name, till I found a little lighthouse in a wild, wild game. I used to chase every headline, every rumor, every spark, staring at the candles till my faith turned dark. Every win felt like an accident, every loss felt like a lie. Heart in every position, fear in every bite. Now I can't live without my top tier trading team. They turned my panic into a quiet dream, showed me how to slow this heart down, how to read that rise and fall. I can't live without my top tier trading team. They put wisdom in my cards, they put courage in my cause. She said, baby, mark your levels, plan the trade before you leave. I learned to place a stop loss so I could finally sleep. We talked about my risk like we were talking about my past. All the times I held too tightly, all the times I moved too fast. Now I can't live without my top tier trading team. They took my shaking hands and made a steady stream. Now I wait for my own setup. I don't beg, I don't chase. I can't live without my top tier trading team. They put patience in my days, they put power in my days. The evening bell is ringing, but my lesson's just begun. I'm journaling my story, every loss and every run. They tell me trade your plan, don't you plan on getting saved? Now my confidence is quiet, but it's deeper than the waves. I can't live without my top tier trading team. They pulled me from the noise to a softer stream, showed me how to size my heart right when I'm stepping in the fire. I can't live without my top tier trading team. They gave shape to my desire, they gave shape to my desire. I gave so much to chance, gave so much to pride. I was married to the market, but it never took my side. Now I'm dancing with the data, but I'm leading with my mind. a family in my corner that won't leave me behind. So I can't live without my top-tier trading team. They turn my little screen to a bigger dream, from the open to the closing sound. I know just where I stand. I can't live without my top-tier trading team. They put power in my hands. They put power in my hands. Morning light on my watch list. Fresh page, clean slate. I'm sipping on my coffee. I am early, I can wait. Used to jumping on the open just to feel alive. Now I'm calm as Sunday service. Let the right wave arrive. 'Cause I can't live without my top-tier trading team. They taught me slow is strong, steady as a beam. Taught me how to trust the process, how to hold and when to trim. I can't live without my top-tier trading team. Since I finally learned to swim, since I finally learned to swim. She walked me through the numbers like a story, page by page. Every profit, every drawdown, just another stage. Said your edge is in the waiting, not in chasing every move. When your rules are written honest, you got my feeling. Soft rain on the window. Soft rain on the window, coffee going cold, charts glow on the table, lines of green and gold. I was trading in the dark, love ticker after name, till I found a little lighthouse in a wild game. I used to chase every headline, every rumor, every spark, staring at the candles till my faith turned dark. Every wind felt like an accident, every loss felt like a lie. Heart in every position, fear in every bite. Now I can't live without my top-tiered team. They turned my panic into a quiet dream. Showed me how to slow this heart They put courage in my cause. She said, baby, mark your levels. Plan the trade before you leave. I learned to place a stop loss so I could finally sleep. We talked about my wrist like we were talking about my past. All the times I held too tightly, all the times I moved too fast. I can't live without my top trading team. They took my shaking hands and made a steady stream. Now I wait for my own setup. I don't beg, I don't chase. I can't live without my top trading team. They put patience in my days. They put power in my days. Evening bell is ringing, but my lesson's just begun. I'm journaling my story, every loss and every run. They tell me trade your plan. Don't you plan on getting saved? Now my confidence is quiet, but it's deeper than the waves. I can't live without my top trading team. They pulled me from the noise to a softer stream, showed me how to size my heart right when I'm stepping in the fire. I can't live without my top trading team. They gave shape to my desire. They gave shape to my desire. I gave so much to chance, gave so much to pride. I was married to the market, but it never took my side. Now I'm dancing with the data, but I'm leading with my mind. Got a family in my corner that won't leave me behind. So I can't live without my top trading team. They turned my little screen to a bigger dream. From the open to the closing sound, I know just where I stand. I can't live without my top-tiered team. Since I finally learned to swim, since I finally learned to swim, she walked me through the numbers like a story, page by page. Every profit, every drawdown, just another stage. Said your edge is in the waiting, not in chasing every move. When your rules are written honest, you got nothing left to prove. And I can't live without my top trading team. They turned my scattered thoughts to a simple scheme. Now my winners come from patience, not from hoping on a whim. I can't live without my top trading team. They put steel in every limb. They put steel in
All right, guys, getting out of lunch now. 1:30. Got an hour and a half left in the market. Work up a little bit, get ourselves up and at them, and make sure we're attending to what we need to see. Let's get up and at 'em.
We're running up that chart. Boots on the floor at the opening bell. Coffee in my cup and a story to tell. Candle on the screen, got a tail in the wick. Wrist tight, mind right, pulling that trigger quick. Green Day grin with a country draw. Blues in my past, now I'm watching it fall. Rocking my spine, reggae sway in my seat. Top tier trading team, bringing that heat. Hey! Top tier trading team. We ride that way. From the red to the green, from the fear to green. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. Hot tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Calls on a runner, puts for the slide. Cover my downside, let the upside glide. Stop, set, snug, so the loss stays small. Win big, lose small, that's the name of the call. Pivot out support, let the losers go. Let the winners walk, let the compound go. From the laptop glow to the back porch swing. We'll sing about spreads like a porch front hymn. Oh yeah! Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green to the theater brave. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Who you call when the candles shade? Top tier. Who you roll with when the floor might break? Top tier. When the line pulls back, but your hands stay clean. Sing it out loud, yeah, you know that team. We got a rock in the heart.
All right, guys, we're getting out of lunch, so let's go over some of the things that we're looking at here today. See what we've got. First and foremost, we got AI doing a great job, having held that 1020. All right, still hanging up there around that 1050. Haven't gotten up above that, but we'll see what happens there as we go into the close here, and then tomorrow as well. All right, looks like Amazon still having some trouble trying to recapture that 205, acting as resistance for us here today. So let's see if we hold here where we're testing basically right now, this 204 level. If it does, we can kind of see our way back up here to test the high of the day, but I wouldn't be surprised if we pull back a little bit just to kind of get our bearings here, maybe around that 203.5 area as well. So be careful with that. Forward, guys, look at that. We're starting finally to get our drop down below that 1375 that we've been looking for. We'd like to see it really get below that 1370 on high volume, right? We always want to be aware and keep our eye on the volume relationship while we're looking at price action, right? But so far, VWAP, you can see, is holding as resistance. Trade line having trouble getting above there. And as you can see, price action is going right in our direction. So great job on that short here, guys, that we got all the way from 1415. And here we are at 1375 and below. And hopefully we'll get our profit here down at 1350 very shortly here as well. All right, so that's Ford. All right, Netflix never really gave us the entry that we were looking for up here at 80. We didn't really look to get into this short here, but if you did, guys, congratulations. You're obviously getting the price action you want. We didn't get in this. We were waiting for that bounce up to 80. to really get into our short, but sometimes that's what happens, and that's okay. I'm not going to get into every trade that we're eyeing down, right? All right, Pfizer falling, the whole day. You can see VWAP's been acting as resistance. That's just continuing to be the case here as we are moving into the close. And as I mentioned before, I think we're still going to get down to that 2750 before we really see any type of leveling off, and then the potential bounce attempt. So we are going to go ahead and short that down to that 2650, just like we are, and hopefully we remain in the same bearishness until we get there. And that is Pfizer. All right, Palantir. This was a beautiful move off of the morning's gap down. We had a gap down all the way down to 131 to start the day, and then you see it was a nice little quick recovery there. And then we mentioned, said keep an eye on this recovery. Let's see if this 135 acts as resistance. Our original entry for the short was up here at 140, but with this gap down and with this recapturing, we did want to eye that down for the short if we saw that weakness. Well, as you can see, we got that weakness for that bearish engulfing candle, and then it's just been a small, slow, steady downhill kind of rollout and since then. And then hopefully we find ourselves down at the bottom there. But congratulations if you guys also took that short here on Palantir. So don't be greedy. Take your profits when they show and when they are there for you. Did a great job on TLT holding that area we had looked for it to hold at 89.40. We had a nice little bounce up towards 90 and didn't quite get there, as you can see, but not that it won't get there eventually, but of course we've got to test levels, right, guys? And that's exactly what it's retracing to do right now. And if you look at the volume profile, look at the volume on the move up relative to the volume on this pullback. Okay, we've got to test VWAP, but I like the volume relative to the volume on the move up, so that would give us, provided VWAP holds and this level at 89.50 holds, well, that'll give us permission to go retest this high of day, and then maybe tomorrow we get up in this profit zone here at 90, and then we head on up towards our 90.25 that we're looking for. All right, so great job being patient on that TLT. And guys, look at that perfect play here today, just like we just spoke of at the pre-market. We wanted to wait till we were out of this weird zone right in the middle. And then, of course, we had a perfect double top here, right at that 415, okay, the upper end of that channel. And as you can see, we just have been falling rather slowly but surely ever since. Going to retest that low of the day there. And this is a very similar to the price action that we saw on Netflix earlier and Palantir, right? Very, very similar. So you can kind of take note of that and keep that in mind for any future potential trades. Relationships don't always stay in tandem with each other, but sometimes they have a relationship, and noteworthy and useful to have that information if you notice it. But that seems to be about all, guys. If you have any questions about these trades, obviously leave your questions in chat, and we look forward to talking with you in a few minutes.
Story to tell, candle on the screen, got a tail in the wick, wrist tight, mind right, pulling that trigger quick. Green Day grin with a country draw, blues in my past, now I'm watching it fall. Rocking my spine, reggae sway in my seat, top tier trading team, bringing that heat. Hey, top tier trading team. We ride that way, from the red to the green, from the clear to gray. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Calls on a runner, puts for the slide. Cover my downside, let the upside glide. Stop, set, snug, so the loss stays small. Win big, lose small, that's the name of the call. Pivot out support, let the losers go. Let the winners walk, let the compound go. From the laptop glow to the back porch swing. We'll sing about spreads like a porch front hill. Oh yeah! Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green to the theater brave. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Who you call when the candles shade? Top tier. Who you roll with when the floor might break? Top tier. When the line pulls back, but your hands stay clean. Sing it out loud, yeah, you know that team. We got rock in the heart, reggae in the soul. Country grit driving every goal. Blues in the past, now we break that chain. Top tier trading team in the fast lane. Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green, from the bitter brave. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. It's that scream. Top tier trading team. We're a met you with dream.
All right, folks. It is Power Hour. We are in the last hour of the day. Time to wake up. Time to check our positions. Get out of what we don't want to be in. Get in whatever we want to be in before the close, whatever the situation may be. But it's time to get up, get going, get moving. We got an hour left in the day.
Boots on quit. Green Day grin with a country drawl. Blues in my past, now I'm watching it fall. Rocking my spine, reggae swaying my seat. Top tier trading team, bringing that heat. Hey! Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green, from the fear to green. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Calls on a run-up, puts for the slide. Cover my downside, let the upside glide. Stop, set, snug, so the loss stays small. Win big, lose small, that's the name of the call. Pivot out support, let the losers go. Let the winners walk, let the compound grow. From the laptop glow to the back porch swing, we'll sing about spreads like a porch front hymn. Oh yeah! Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green to the theater brave. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Who you call when the candles shade? Top tier. Who you roll with when the floor might break? Top tier. When the line pulls back, but your hands stay clean. Sing it out loud, yeah, you know that team. We got a rock in the heart, reggae in the soul. Country grit driving every goal. Blues in the past, now we break that chain. Top tier trading team in the fast lane. Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green, from the fear to brave. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profits stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. It's that green. Top tier trading team. We're a met you with dream. We're running up that chart. Boots on the floor at the opening bell. Coffee in my cup and a story to tell. Candle on the
All right, guys, want to do a quick check-in. We've got 30 minutes before the market closes here, and not much action here on AI. Just really doing what it's done all day, hanging around this 1050. So let's see what we've got on Amazon. Amazon didn't quite get back up above that 205, so we're pulling back here. Again, waiting to see if that 204 now holds. So far, it's just kind of really channeling in that small little area. I suspect we'll get a move likely tomorrow, and we'll see. Hopefully tomorrow we get up to that 206. All right, Ford, we did get a tiny piercing to go retest that low. Slight bounce off of that right into VWAP. You can see we're rejecting off of VWAP right now. We'll see what the volume looks like on that into the close, but so long as we stay around this area, we're probably good for our short tomorrow. And then once we drop down below that 1370, maybe we'll get a gap down in the morning. That'll take us right into that 1350. So keep an eye on that Ford. And then we've got Netflix. That never really gave us the entry we're looking for. Obviously, if you were aggressive enough to go short off of this move, you're doing very well as well. So congrats if you did. But as you can see, we never got into our short because we're waiting for that 80 level to really be tested, in which case we would take that short from there. All right, Pfizer trying to retake VWAP. You can see it's having a little bit of trouble there. That's pretty substantial volume on that pullback. It's remaining resistance for the trade line. So again, as I said earlier today, I don't suspect we'll find really any support until we get to that 2650, likely tomorrow. Probably not going to get there today. We got to basically 2660. Maybe we revisit that towards the close, but if not, I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of close around VWAP here, then gap down tomorrow to get that 2650. All right, so that's Pfizer. Palantir, moving right back up. So we were looking for 140 to enter our short. As you can see, we've got written out here. Didn't get that, obviously, with this gap down right off the morning, and then of course we bounced right back up into that one area and that 136, 137 zone. And then if you had taken that short, you could see, guys, be very careful. We're about to bounce right back up into that buy zone if you did. Now, taking a look at the volume, we might get a little bit of move right into there and find some resistance, in which case you might still be good for continuation. But if you did get into that, I would be very careful, because remember, we were looking for up here to really enter that short. This was a surprise gap down. You could see the quick recovery and then the move on down, but it's trying to retake that area right now. So be very careful. It might want to go up to this, depending on in the market overall and what happens tomorrow. TLT, you can see it regained after bouncing a few times right off of that 89.40 that we needed to hold. Had a real nice move on up here. And then we've just bounced right off of VWAP, and we're likely to go retest the high of day. Maybe we break through. That's going to be dependent on just basically how the market goes here today as well. And then Tesla, just doing as we suspected, found that resistance up here toward 415. Had none down, likely to test that 405, and then maybe 400 there tomorrow if we get that continuation. Right now, we're right in the middle of that zone. So we'll see what happens. All right, so let's keep your eyes out, folks. We got about not quite 25 minutes left in the market.
Thank you.
tier trading team. We're up at the bell. Coffee in a paper cup. Chasing
10 minutes, team. 10 minutes. The market closes.
Green like a Friday dream. We ride that chart like a rodeo scene. Limit set tight, got a plan on the pad. Gap up open, yeah, the pullback's rad. We don't chase candles, we just track that flow. Risk real small, let the winners grow. Top trading team, raise your hand. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top trading team, hear that shout. Cut that loss, flip fear to clout. One good trade, that's what we're about. Top trading team, we break out. Call on the calls when the trend runs right. Put on the puts when it tanks all night. Delta in my denim, chops in my boots. Reggae in my veins and the blues in my roots. Red day, same old song. We dance that draw down, we don't stay long. Yeah, we tip our hat. Next clean setup, we load up on that. Hey, top trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top trading team, feel that fire. Break those chains of a dead and higher. Chart that path, climb tick by tick higher. Top tier trading team, never tire. Early bells and midnight scans, we turn those slips into stronger hands. Every loss a lesson, every chart a map. We fall, we rise, we tighten that strap. Oh yeah. Eyes on the candle, heart on the plan. We hit that ladder like a marching band. Top trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those gains like a rock and brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top trading team, ring that bell. From the back road barn to the city shell. One loud shout when the profits swell. Top trading team, trade it well. Top trading team. Yeah, we climb that screen from the floor to the sky. Living out that dream.
All right, folks. Look at this move we're getting on AI into the close here. This is why we like to be patient, right? But what a beautiful move that we're getting into the close. That's exactly what we wanted. So that's perfect. Perfect. All right, so we're going to keep that obviously into the close. We love this momentum. Look at that volume profile. It's exactly what we want. I know we have this big candle here, so again, expecting some resistance, but if we keep this momentum into the close, we can see a little gap up potentially right into today's high or yesterday's high, excuse me, at 1085. And then, of course, we're looking at 11. So great job being patient on that AI here today, guys. All right, then we've got Amazon here. Let me take this off here real quick. What? Go ahead and leave that on. Amazon giving us a little pop as well, right into the close. Nothing spectacular, but a nice little attempt. Not liking this candle here too much on the pullback, so we'll see. Maybe we get that pop into the close or into the morning. We could get a little move on up there. All right. Then we've got Ford here, just kind of balancing around this 1375 like we've seen it do all day. Now, the nice thing I like about our short for tomorrow is that we did get down here from above that 14, 14.15 to be precise. And here we are at 13.75 with a nice little volume profile as we're getting into the close here. So we'll see if tomorrow we get a little gap down in there and we get our 13.50 profit target that we're looking for. We'll keep an eye on that. All right, Netflix again never gave us our entry that we were looking for up here, but if you were aggressive this morning, you decided to take this short from here. Great job. Got a nice little move on down here. All right. And certainly would be careful if you've got tomorrow's expiration. So be careful of any whipsaw effect, guys. Nice volume candle here into the close on this price action. So likely I see a continuation to tomorrow, and maybe we hit that 75 that we were aiming for the profit target. Pfizer trying to make it up above VWAP for the first time really all day. Nice volume on the attempt. We'll see what happens, but probably not expecting too much out of this here, especially into the close. And really maybe we get to that 27 before it ends up turning around and heading back down for us. I still think we're more than likely to hit the 26.50 than we are to go up to 27.50. But we'll see what happens there into the close, and of course first thing tomorrow morning as well. Palantir never gave us the entry we're looking for, much like Netflix. We never got that pop up into our buy zone. And we'll just see what tomorrow brings. Maybe we'll get that opportunity if we get a little gap up in the morning. TLT, looks like it wants to make that move up and retest the high of day. Might not do it here into the close, as volume will start like kind of sloping off here as we closer into the close. But maybe in the morning we retest today's high, and then maybe we finally get our move up towards that 90 and we start taking profits in that zone. All right, so we're looking for that on TLT. And then, of course, we're expecting this 410, 411 to be continual resistance on the way down here tomorrow to test 405. And I suspect we'll see 400 before we move up and test these upper end of that channel. But I think we'll end up probably pulling back before we go up here on Tesla. All right, guys, so any questions you've got on these trades, certainly leave that in the chat. We've got just a little over 2 minutes left in the market. So close any positions that you do want to get out of for the evening, and then just keep your eyes peeled and be prepared.
Song, we dance that draw down, we don't stay long. Yeah, we tip our hat. Next clean setup, we load up on that. Hey, top time trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those games like a rockin' brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top time trading team, feel that fire, break those chains of a dead and higher. Chart that path, climb tick by tick higher. Top tier trading team, never tire. Early bells and midnight scans, we turn those slips into stronger hands. Every loss a lesson, every chart a map. We fall, we rise, we tighten that strap. Oh yeah. Eyes on the candle, heart on the plan. We hit that ladder like a marching band. Top high trading team, raise your hands. Stacking those gains like a rockin' brass band. From the pit to the porch to the island sand. We buy that dip, let the bull run stand. Top high trading team, ring that bell. From the back road barn to the city shell. One loud shout when the profits swell. Top high trading team, trade it well.
All right, folks, that is the bell. The market is closed. Great day today. Congratulations. We were patient on a lot of these trades, and they paid off for us. So great job today. Get yourself some rest. Get yourself some nutrition. Spend some time with yourself, your loved ones, and let's get prepared for tomorrow. All right, we'll see you here tomorrow, 8 a.m. for pre-market prep. And members, reach out. You can reach me directly. Non-members, meet us at toptiertradingteam.com. We look forward to seeing you there.
For the slide, cover my downside, let the upside glide.